Hello. Okay, let me post a thing. How am I? I am doing pretty good. It's been a really sleepy day. I've been sleepy all day today for some reason. Okay. I'll be there. And then I have to. Let's do a different one. Our time? Yes, it is indeed. How have I been? I've been doing good. This week has been it was pretty intense in the first half, and now it's definitely slowed down the second half of the week. And now I'm just very sleepy. So I need to find an image to use for the announcement. This is too intense. Roller coaster week? A little bit. A lot of stuff happened. Like good, bad, stressful. So I'm kind of just in like a state of like, okay, just need everything to calm down for a little bit. So that I can like, I don't know, just get a better grasp on what's going on right now in my life. But it's okay. I wanna not do. What is your definition of relaxing time or time off? Like no work, no chores, done. How do you spend your free time? Honestly, I watch a lot of YouTube videos. Like, a lot of it is spent like sitting outside watching YouTube videos. Or I'll try drawing. What's here? Oh, this was the sketch stuff that I did last time. I'll do this drawing. It's cute. Yeah, so that's kind of what I'll do. Nothing too fancy. Often just trying to take a break from I basically just do what I do in my own time, but like more. I don't really do anything special. I've never been someone who did like a ton of trips and stuff, so like whenever I get free time, it's usually like, oh, I get to draw more, or like I get to sleep more. But like recently someone was like, don't you ever think about traveling when you have like time off? And that is a no. That is a big no for me. Hey, Hermit Crab. Hey, Nodgets. Yes, hold on. I am going to... do I want to take this sketch? Move this. Hey, Camille. Let me post this. Okay. Let's get back to where you were. No, it's okay. So let's start on the next commission. Any more D&D stories? Not from that campaign. I haven't played another campaign of that. But I have made 2 other characters, one of which I showed you guys last time. My, like, big armored character. It was really sad. The first time I got to play her, she kept missing every single one of her hits, so she's on a bit of a losing streak right now, but it's okay. We'll work on it. Where did my pen go? That's right here. And I have a new character that I just made for another campaign that we're switching off to for a little bit. And she's fun. She is on my glove? Why do I keep losing these things? I made, by the mistake of my DM, they allowed me to make a gunslinger cleric. Hello. Happy Friday. Is there a specific way you organize characters, specifically professional work? No, unless they ask me to specifically share my file, my PSD file. I typically don't have any way that I arrange them, unless they ask for it, in which case I'll try to like name it as best I can, or if they ask for split layers, I'll do that for them as well. But just like natively, I don't do anything special with my layers. I tend to merge a lot of my layers, and if I don't do that, it's like just a bunch of real like 50 layers that are unnamed, that just have numbers and copy in them and stuff like that, and it's like adjustment layers, it's effects, it's like tiny little paintings on top of everything, because I refuse to work in a layer system. I always ultimately end up just wanting to paint over everything, and then I'll do the whole process over again. So, a mess is what my normal process is like, and then slightly less of a mess if other people need to look at it. Generally people don't, though. Generally people don't ask to look at these things because, they just want, like, the finished, like, JPEG file, so they don't really care about the PSD. Do I like this? I can't tell. Oh, you should go to bed. Hey, One Wing. Okay, so this one's gonna be a little bit of a coordinated effort. There are 2 characters interacting with each other. Well, maybe actually we can do this. Two characters interacting with each other, and they're two different heights. I'm gonna have to figure this out. Hey, Lux. Hello? My music? It's just no sound in the beginning of the song. Okay. Hey, Branny. How many do I have left to do? Let's see. I have about 58 left, I think. How was my week? My week was pretty alright. I was telling people how kind of started off super tense and like kind of busy, and then sort of tapered off at the end of this week. So kind of just, I don't know, really tired today for some reason. But overall I'm okay, I think. Been okay, kind of weak. I don't think he has one, this character. He might not be. Might be late. Hey, Artifa. Hello. Kind of random, but do you have vivid dreams? Feels like your dreams would be cool. Sometimes. I generally do have dreams. Although I don't know if they really count as cool. I feel like there was a time when my dreams were pretty cool and I could like remember them, but nowadays they're relatively boring. I don't have a lot of like really cool, interesting dreams, I've discovered. A lot of them are just things I'm afraid of. Not really nightmares, just like weirdly passive dreams about various things I'm afraid of. So I don't know what that says about me. You guys had to pick one fruit, what would it be? I guess, cherries for me. I really like cherries. Thank you, Noodle. I really appreciate it. Hey, Gabby. Hey, Chrissy. Welcome, welcome. I don't exactly know what this hat would be made out of. What's rambutan? What's that? Never heard of it. Lychee's a good pick. Lychee's a very good pick. Are they the same thing? Is that just a different name for it? Oh man, this guy has stuff on his hat and I don't know what they look like. He has skulls. I need to study more old people. I feel like all of my instincts when drawing old people come from like a couple of studies I did a long time ago when I was learning to draw elderly faces, and then I just didn't intake any more information about how to draw them. God, I have no idea what this looks like. Go down a little bit. Polo. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Polo. How's my week? It has been quite alright. Stressful in the beginning, kind of slowed down the last half, and now I'm just kind of tired. But other than that, it has been alright. The worst part about these minis is that I can't tell what all the details are. They are very obscured. Getting back into art after a rough 2-year patch of barely painting and drawing. I really want to be able to make personal illustrations of my original characters. After art for many series is so tough. Taking on an Eldor's course has been nice help. It's really tough though. Yeah, I don't know. Art is unforgiving as it is rewarding. I think any effort to make art the central hobby or passion is a commendable thing to do, because it is. I've definitely been feeling it lately. It's really demanding, and I I've been struggling a lot with it, so I understand. These brushes were probably from a brush pack that I bought years ago. I don't particularly know where they came from. But they're out there for sure. A lot of the brushes in my library are brushes that I've been collecting for several, almost 2 decades. So. Do you have any tips or exercises that helped you improve your construction and form? I'd say drawing through what you're working on and trying to really practice envisioning it in your head, whether that means learning any kind of 3D posable thing, whether or not that's actually getting a mannequin, a proper one, not those really shitty wooden ones that they sell at hobby stores, or getting looking at a 3D model online, and turning it around and stuff. The more that you can really not only envision a 3D space but really live a 3D object, the better. Figure drawing has a certain milestone where you're not just drawing the figure, but you're feeling the pose. You're feeling the weight and the strain and the kind of tension in the body, so that when you draw it, it feels so much more real and so much more present. That's a milestone in figure drawing that a lot of people, until they've been told that that's a milestone, they typically don't feel like it is. But to really understand a pose in 3D, you have to be able to embody all of it in 3D space. And that's, being able to visually see in your head in all angles how far or how much depth something takes, how much mass and volume something has. Well, you could do that is you could take wire, you can pose something out and you can turn it around. You could look at a 3D model. If you can get into 3D modeling, it's a great source of, or 3D modeling or figure sculpting. Either of those two things are really good for 2D artists, because we don't ever have to think about things in a legitimately 3D space, which is a big I don't know, it's just a big unfortunate aspect of being a 2D artist, because you just suck at 3D depth until you really try. Using basic forms, basic 3D shapes, right? Cubes, cylinders, spheres, building a human figure out of it, feeling that perspective and the amount of space something has to take. A lot of technical what is it, technical drawing, like anyone like Peter Hahn does this as well, or well, rather, he is the kind of definitive like technical artist that a lot of people know about. I really don't like a lot of his stuff because it takes all the fun out of art for me, but the results are there. Like, you know, students that have gone through his class are really well versed in 3D space and planning in 3D space and creating depth and mass. And how they do that is through practice of recognizing 3D forms. So they'll draw like grids on things. They'll look at kind of how a form, surface of a form changes, and they'll like lay a grid on top of that. And so you can really see how well is their understanding of the mass of an object as it bends in space. I think perspective is going to be kind of a crucial part in that venture as well. But I'd say break down the human body into much more simple forms. Like, generally the people will use like a box to put the whole body into, like a rectangle sort of thing, and you try to fill that out as best as you can. You break the body down into basic like cylinders, spheres, boxes. You build out on top of that. You're constantly thinking about like, because nothing in the human body is perfectly round or perfectly straight, right? There's always flatter spaces on rounder objects, and there's always slight shifts in planes on things that even feel flat or whatnot. And that's kind of the higher level, I think, milestone in this, is recognizing when this is just a guide and getting a better sense for like, when does the body flatten out? When does it, you know, lose its sort of like super basic cylindrical form, so you can kind of leave that mode of construction and start getting more complex with it. But just to start out, I would recommend, if you can, potentially getting your hands on something three-dimensional, like actually having like a 3D model of an anatomically correct figure, right? Not like an anime figure, not those wooden mannequins, like a legitimately three-dimensional anatomical figure, like a little statue is fine. I think 3D Total has one. If you can go to live figure drawing, that'd be great, but there are also figure drawing videos that will rotate the figure as the model is posing, so that you can see it from all angles. That's typically for sculptors, but it's really good to just look at, because when you're drawing something, you don't tend to have to think about all the other sides of the model. Being able to turn like a 3D model around of anything is a very good tool. Using a grid form on top of all your drawings, so you can say like, this is a cylinder, this is, you know, a box or something. I'm gonna draw all the way through. So like, if you're gonna say draw an arm or something, being able to draw a grid on top of this. All the way through. And this will get easier once you have a better understanding of anatomy and stuff, but feeling the fact that there's mass behind these two abstract 2D lines, and this is actually a 3D form, requires a lot of, like, I don't know. It requires, from 2D artists, it requires a lot of faith. Because we don't have to necessarily think about this kind of stuff, but we should if we want our drawings to feel real and feel like they occupy a space. Right. What is the name of the instructor again? Peter Hahn is known for being a pretty technical artist. His book on dynamic sketching, I think, is generally recommended for people interested in things closer to, like, technical drawing, perspective, and all that kind of stuff. He's mainly an industrial artist. But his stuff is pretty dry, I'll say. If you like daily exercises and that are not really drawing, just exercises, he's got a lot for you. But I don't know. I feel like if I drew the way that he wants people to draw, then I would not be drawing. Glad that could help. When creating drawings like this, do you have the thumbnail out first, or do you just do it freehand? For the sake of stuff that I do on the stream, I tend to do things freehand. If it's for, like, a real professional thing, I'll tend to thumbnail it out first, mainly because I need approval. But, I don't know. I find it fun to kind of problem solve. I mean, it's also kind of stressful, but it's nice to problem solve stuff. What do you mean, train? You mean, like, is there something specific, or is it, like, just, do you want to learn it? Are you trying to improve on it? because I'll tell you what I tell anyone who asks me about clothes, right? Well, okay. Well, actually, you're talking more about design. So unless you're talking about how do I draw clothes versus like how do I design clothes, so they're two different conversations entirely. So that's a complicated conversation. The okay. Well, so I have like 2 projects about this entire concept. I have a class that's about costume design, and then I have character design, and then I have a video that I did for Proco on costume design. But the main important thing about designing costumes is it has to be in service of the character. It has to be in service of the goal for the project and the character. So that either has to be a conversation about what's the framework of the project, right? And I described this as 2 different spectrums of design, where it's what was it? Fictional versus functional, and historical. Was it historical to fictional? Functional. It's been so long since I've had to think about my spectrums. What are my spectrums of design? I literally can't remember what they were. But it's like, so you have everything from like super realistic to completely fictional, and then historically referenced to like fictional versus functional, historical versus, yeah, exactly, the other one that I don't remember. No, it wasn't modern, because so the opposite first is fictional versus functional, which is like fictional is the idea of there is no logic. It's entirely either based on cool factor or totally illogical in terms of design, in terms of functionality, in terms of like physical use, right? It's all about the kind of appeal of something. Functional is the complete opposite of that. It's entirely based on the realism aspect to it, whether or not it could logically be used, if it's realistic in that way. Not that the object itself is a real thing, more so that it actually has it was designed with the intention of working in this fictional space, potentially, right? So it's anything from like functional being any of the first person shooter war games are all very functional, right? Because they're all based on actual like costumes, and they have weapons that are real. Fictional would be like Guilty Gear, anything from Japan, really. Most of them are fictional. Historical is based in what has happened in the past, has ties to a certain era, a very specific region. Historical projects are researched and are based in that kind of like background knowledge of something that has already existed. The opposite of that, which I can't remember what that name was that I picked for it, is where it's an amalgamation of a bunch of different things. It has no historical ties to anything. It's not even loosely based on an era, or like if you look at it, you couldn't tell what the cultural source is. Most oftentimes, projects lie in between those things. Functional versus fantasy, historical versus fictional. Okay. Yeah, so typically projects lie in between those, but it's figuring out like what is that for your project, right? It's figuring out what is this costume trying to lie in between. Are you going for something that is predominantly historical, but it's fantasy, right? It's not functional historical. It's like you source a lot of things from a certain era, but the silhouettes and the there's magic in it or something like that, so that makes it a fantasy, but it's historical, right? You could have a super hyper functional thing, right? A lot of things like bordering on functional, which is like Halo and Star Wars sometimes gets there, right? I feel like and now at this point, a lot of people have sort of figured out like how could it work, the inner workings of a Star Wars object, right? But it's still fictional, right? It's set in space. All of the costumes belie a certain cultural heritage, but aren't necessarily drawing straight from a certain cultural heritage. Like, you couldn't point to something other than what was her name? Padme. She was just straight up like a Mongolian princess for some of her costumes, but that's an example of like a functional, near functional, not totally functional, but near functional project with a fictional premise, right? So first things first is deciding where your project lies on that spectrum. Typically, you don't need to do this like straight up. People generally have an idea for what this is like in their head, but that's just to make it easier for people to figure out. And then, sorry, this guy's got a lot of stuff that I'm kind of stalling drawing. And after that, it's to figure out what's the point of this character, right? What are you trying to say with this character's costume? What are you trying to convey in terms of their personality, their backstory, the goals of their character? What role do they play in your world? Those are all questions that should be answered, or if not introduced, in your design. Now, easier said when the character is like a fantasy character, harder to do so when they're a modern character that are just like wearing shirts and jeans. I would endeavor to say that maybe make your designs more interesting than just t-shirt and jeans, but sometimes that's just kind of the nature of the project, right? But the important part about a character is that you should be able to tell at a baseline primary aspects of their personality and their role in a story from their design. And that's kind of the main thing. However you want to approach that is however you want to approach that. It'll depend on your tastes for character design. It depends on what you think is a good indication of a character's, like, I don't know, information, I guess. But those are the main points, right? And that's kind of where you have to start. You have to start with those things in mind. And then you can start going into doing research and figuring out color schemes and silhouettes and shapes and picking out, like, for some people they just pick out outfits as opposed to actually designing them, which when you're just starting out, that's also fine. But those are the things you have to start with first before you get too deep, unless it's not a serious project, in which case do whatever you want. Also, hey, hello, I'm Rivers. Is there a possibility for you to sell your brush package? For people who are subscribers, Twitch subscribers, they have access to and if they connect their Discord to their Twitch, they have access to a couple of brush packs that I've made available to them. Otherwise, I have in the past sold my brushes, but I took them off because I was closing my Gumroad account, and I'm going to put them back up somewhere else. Once that happens, I'll tell everyone. But for now, currently they're only available to people who are Twitch subs. I mean, ultimately, that's kind of the end point, right? It's like, by the act of me telling people how I personally design things, I'm placing upon the framework of character design becomes smaller, becomes more concrete if I share how I do it, right? But ultimately, it doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter what anyone says. It's all a matter of personal taste. And if you are trying to appeal to someone in order to get hired as a character designer, that's a whole nother thing, right? But if you're just doing it for yourself, like, who gives a damn what kind of costume your character wears? It doesn't really matter. So at the end of every spiel about character design, ultimately it has to always end with, but you can just do whatever you want, right? You can just do whatever kind of design you want to have. If you want to do the first design you thought of for a character, you can do that too. There's not really, like, there shouldn't be, at least, a ton of restrictions on character design, but when you sell it as a product, all that changes. So if you're just doing it for yourself, don't listen to someone like me. If I do plan on doing anything special for subscribers, like, I've floated the idea of possibly doing, like, brief mentorships in terms of, like, an hour worth of time where they can, like, talk with me about stuff. I haven't put any of that into practice, so currently only brushes are available to subs, and that's pretty much it. But mainly because I haven't had the time to put anything else out into the world in terms of online stuff anymore. I primarily spend my time just doing stuff at home in my own time, so I don't really I don't really have a lot of time to do stuff for online spaces anymore. Generally, the only thing that you get on top of subscribing is the brush packs that I've sent out in the past. But if there was anything I ever wanted to do, like, outside of that, we've talked about the possibility that critiques might have to be limited to subscribers, or we'll do events and stuff with them, but nothing set in stone currently. So if you have your Twitch account connected with your Discord, and you join the Discord for our server, if you wait a little bit after it's been connected, you should see access to a private channel called Paladin's Plaza, and that will have links to the folder which has all of the brushes that are currently released. It makes me very happy to hear that. Thank you. I do not know. I only make brushes for Photoshop because that's the only program that I really use. If you do plan on using them in other programs, they're not made for those programs. So, I don't believe Clip Studio can import ABRs, which is the file format for Photoshop brushes. Procreate can, but Procreate has a totally different way that they make their own brushes, and so they aren't going to be the same. I do not really know how to make brushes for either of those programs, so if you do download my brushes, I don't really offer support in terms of making them work the same way in those other programs. You're gonna have to tweak them yourselves if you would like. As far as I know, okay, so Clip Studio can. Okay, so yeah, they can import, but whether or not they're the same, I have no idea. Would you ever be willing to show off your old art from when you were first getting into it? I feel like I have shown my art before. I mean, if you'd like to see it, I can show you. For the sake of my privacy, since... Because, like, my dad had me put all my stuff up on, like, a blog spot ages ago. It has a lot of identifying information about me. So I'm not going to give out the link to it, but I do still have access to all of the art that I put up on there, which is good because I don't have any of those physical images anymore. So if you'd like to see that, I can give it to you. But then, you know, once I I think around like 11 or 12, I uploaded all my stuff onto DeviantArt. So there's a whole new chapter of my life there. Then there's a whole new chapter of my life when I started using Tumblr, Twitter, and Instagram. So my old art is out there for anyone to see, except for when I was like really young, like 6 to 10. Oh. Bye, Chari. Let's see. What are things I had from 2008? There's a stint where I thought maybe I'd be a watercolor artist, but that did not end up happening at all. Samuel, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 16 months. Thank you. Here. Let's see. Here are... Man, I really did do a lot of styles back then. So... just to show people what I used to draw, or how I used to draw. I think this was from 2008. So I think it would have been 10. Let me see. And that was from 2009. I have this one drawing in particular that like haunts my dreams every time I see him, because it's just he haunts my dreams. He's like a sleep paralysis demon. Every time I see him, he always gives me nightmares. But I drew him at some point. He's there. That was also from 2009. 2010, I started doing a lot more like anime stuff. So... eye bleed alert. Giant hot pink drawing coming up. What about other ones? That was 2010. Oh, I got into my like hyper anime phase. And I remember being really proud of this one when I was younger. So yeah, I had a bunch of different like types of styles, I guess, when I was younger. But you know, I definitely had my own period of, I guess, like, I don't know, struggling. I had my own period of struggle. But yeah, so this was like some of my old work. Does it make you cringe when you look back in your old drawings? Not really. I actually really enjoy looking at my old stuff because it always makes me feel kind of better. I'm like, oh, I did actually improve, you know? And I think it's fun because, like, I remember who I was at every stage of, like, my art life, I guess. And I remember what I was doing and how I was feeling at the time that I was drawing each of these things. And so, for me, looking at old pieces of art has always been really insightful because I can remember like how she felt at that time and what kind of story was she writing. I remember like the tiny things that I hated at the time that I was like, oh, I wish I was better at drawing. And the things I thought was really cool and really successful. Like I thought, you know, like this pink drawing in the middle was like one of my favorite pieces for years. I thought it was really good. And I was really proud of the hands on the one with like the water. But I really struggled with the water, I remember. So I enjoy looking at old stuff, mainly because I think there's something particularly special about seeing art from when it didn't matter so much. When drawing did not have like a price tag on it. It's nice to think back to those times, and I really enjoy looking at older works because of it. But yeah, so this one, these two are 2008. This one's 2009. I think this one's also 2009. This one's 2010 and 2012 or 11 or something. So, comprehensive look at my art before I started going on DeviantArt. Like 2011, 2012 is when I started posting a bunch of stuff on DeviantArt. And I stopped posting on this blogspot. And all my DeviantArt stuff is open for everyone to see. So like you can just go through my DeviantArt, which is under the name RSLA, I think. And you can just see my old work because I didn't hide any of that. My Instagram also has work from back then. It's also still available, so you can look at it there. But yeah. I say so. I really enjoy looking at my old stuff because there's something very nice and innocent about how my stuff used to look. had a period of doing painting because I really hated line work. I hated the process of line arting. I thought clean line art was impossible for me. I kept rage quitting during it, and so I just started painting. And then now I'm back to doing line work, but I understand I still hate line arting quite intensely. So I don't know. I'd like for there to be kind of a mix of both, but I think it's pretty obvious that painting is not really my thing. I learned the skill because I wanted to emulate some other artists at the time, because I was like, concept artists need to know how to paint, which is true. You kind of do. But I think I've always been particularly interested in line work. I think it's always been, at least it's where I started, so there's definitely something to that. Hey, Sarah. I looked at, who was I looking at? Man, it's so old now. At the time, I didn't really appreciate fine art in the way that I should have. So I think I looked at a lot of concept artists, which, now that I'm a couple years removed, I have to say, like, if you want to be good at painting, you shouldn't really only be looking at people working in your field or people working in the field you want to be in. Being a derivative of that field won't make you stand out, right? You'll just get really good at being someone else. And especially in art, it hurts everyone if all of us kind of feel the same. I can't really remember who I was looking at the time, because either I don't really look up to them anymore, or just, it was kind of like, you think, oh, I really like this artist embodies so much for me, and then you forget them in a couple years. That's kind of who a lot of those people were. I'd say now, with painting, I look up to a lot of oil painters. John Singer Sargent, J.C. Leyendecker, Jean-Leon Jerome. There are some oil painters that are still alive today, but I don't really remember their names as well. Gustav Klimt wasn't really a painter, but his was like a mixture of draftsmanship and painting, I guess. Do you have any tips for balancing the things you want to study in art? Like right now, I want to up my game in anatomy, but I also want to study other things like background, animals, coloring, etc. I feel like I won't have enough time. You have to figure out what it is that you need to know sooner than later, right? Because, like, I would love to be an accomplished, and by accomplished, I mean just, like, I can do it. I would like to be able to, paint environments and animals and do creature design. I want to be able to, like, viz dev architecture and vehicles and weapons and props and stuff. But for my job, I have to be mainly good at costume design and character design, right? So you have to figure out what it is that you have to focus on first so that you can develop the skills you need to survive then in between the moments where you now have like this solid, I love Egon Schiele. I've never said he was a hack. I don't like Norman Rockwell though. But how dare you slander Egon Schiele? I think you're projecting on me or something. But what was I thinking? What was I saying? Oh yeah, you have to pick what you want to focus on, because yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you could potentially learn, but there's not enough time to learn all of it before, you know, you start working or you start taking it seriously. It's a lot. I was looking at mainly traditional painters. I mean, there are plenty of digital painters out there who are really good, but, and like I follow them obviously, but I wouldn't be able to remember their names off the top of my head. Do you think new artists today would benefit from knowing a bit of history? Yes, I'd say so. What? You're lying. I love Egon Schiele. I don't know what... Did you invent this memory? I literally never said that. Vincent, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. I hope your stream went well. Did you do the entire Dota 2 pieces on your art station, or was that a team effort? I painted those myself. Yeah. Have you heard of the artist Benjamin Bjorklund? I have not. Oh wait, no, I do follow this person. Yeah, this stuff is pretty awesome. You did. I have no idea why. Oh gosh, you should go eat. You're thinking, no, you know, you're thinking of the German Expressionists. I don't like German Expressionism. Egon was French, wasn't he? But, like, wasn't he in France, though? Like, Parisian. Because, like, didn't he used to... Yeah. Like, I was okay with, fucking, what was her name? The mom who lost her son, that artist. I'm okay with her stuff. Like, her stuff is pretty awesome. But it was like the guy, that, man, I don't remember what it was. It was like, it was like his protests against, yeah. It was his protests against the war, but he drew it sort of like these, I don't know, like these weird, he did one with a guy smoking, I think? And then he did one where like these people were walking in the street. And it was just like a bunch of colors and shapes and yeah, I don't know. I don't remember his name. It's a certain brand of German expressionism that I'm not into. I do not have the emotional maturity to like abstract art yet. You'll have to send it to me on Discord. We have links turned off because of the hate raids that have been going on Twitch. So if you want to send a link, you'll have to send it to me directly. Yeah, they happen. I think they just tend to target minorities, women, LGBT plus people. Large streamers, small streamers, doesn't really matter. This is someone's Warhammer character? I don't know. it started from something, but then it just kind of caught on and people made a ton of bots, and then it just kind of became whoever, whenever. Didn't really matter. I mean, I've been pretty slow. If I was like just working and not talking, because I can't multitask, so when I talk and answer questions, I tend to stop drawing. So if I were just to draw, potentially like, I don't know, maybe like an hour-ish. That's good. I always worry I'm always worried that, like, it can't be that interesting to watch me work on the same drawing for, like, an hour, 2 hours. But that is how fast it takes, or how long it takes, I guess. Well, I'm glad to hear that. You think consistency is a good strategy for better results? In what manner? Like, consistency in what? How long does a piece like this usually take you? Oh, wait, I already did that. Do you recommend making studies for movies? I think that's a great idea. Cinematographers and directors of photography are artists in themselves. And a lot of, like, especially the ones that are, you know, definitely more designed than others, are great ways to study lighting, atmosphere, composition, mood, emotion, like, fantastic ways to study those things, especially if you're trying to be an illustrator. I think the Class 101 course, it was sort of the first time I really put a lot of those things into, like, words. And it was like, you know, the easiest, most definitive way I could explain things at that given time. I don't think I necessarily would change anything about it. I wish I could have had more time to work on it before it was released. But typically they only have, like, a month and a half or 2 months worth of time for people to work on videos, and my course was like 3 times longer than a lot of the other courses. So I had to work on that course during the time that it was available for people to take, which I felt really bad about. I think it took me about 3 months, 4 or 5, no, 4, almost 5 months to finish. So I kind of wish I had way more time to make that class. And I think it is the most, kind of, like, I guess, definitive way I would describe a lot of the things I currently think of, or how I would explain my process. So overall, I think the class is fine. But I don't know. I think ultimately I would like to give it another shot someday on my own time. In manner of studying shapes, perspectives, anatomy at the same time. I think you learn a little bit of each when you study these things. I think what matters most whenever you're studying anything is purpose. It's being active and in the moment with whatever you're learning. Because I think it's really easy to kind of not be in the moment when you're learning something. I think it's easy to think of studying as sort of something you just do. And, you know, there's the philosophy of how the act of just doing it is enough. With art, I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. I think, yes, you could just do something, right? The idea of, I do X action and I get X amount of experience. But it doesn't work that way. Especially as you start getting deeper and deeper into more complicated topics of art. And time invested does not equal the same amount of reward. And so for me, whenever people ask me, like, you know, what's important to keep in mind when you're studying, for me it's always been being present, being invested, knowing what you want out of a piece of study, what you're trying to learn, having a kind of like honest conversation with yourself about what it is that you're trying to work on right now, giving yourself the time that you need to learn it, setting yourself up for success, I guess, in the way of, like, you know, have realistic expectations for yourself, right? I think a lot of people will look to the artists that manage to exponentially improve within like a couple months, right? And that totally happens. It did not happen for me, right? I've been drawing for a really long time. So whenever people come to me and ask me, like, how do I improve in a really short amount of time? It's not my experience that happens. It happens in rare cases, and I think generally those people are very in tune with themselves and how they learn best. And generally we're efficient with their time, but in order to be efficient with your time, you have to know how to learn in a way that's meaningful. Because the idea of learning is that you're trying to replace bad habits and the way that you automatically draw when you have to draw X thing, right? So when you're trying to draw the human body, what you draw when you are asked to do that, that's how you can draw right now. Like, right, that's the baseline. That's the control group of the experiment. What you're trying to do is slowly replace all of the pieces of that response so that the next time you draw something, post a study or whatever, you've replaced your bad habits, you've replaced the inaccurate information, and you consistently make new, better, improved decisions about how you go about drawing this thing. Typically, it doesn't happen as easy as that, but that's the idea, right? And so, when it comes to drawing with purpose, it's being cognizant about what it is that you're trying to replace in your work. What is it that you're trying to fix or solve, or a question that you're trying to answer? And ideally, after doing a study, you're cognizant about what it is that you learned, what it is that you still have left unanswered, what is it that you can currently apply to your work, what is it that you can move forward with and try to reinforce every single time so that it stops becoming new information and just starts becoming muscle memory. That's kind of the process post-study that you're trying to create, right? That you're trying to emulate. During a study, you're trying to basically absorb all that you possibly can from that study, and in order to do that, you have to set up the study right. You have to pick a exercise or a format or a process that is going to help you answer this question, right? It's finding the right formula to help you solve for X problem or X unknown thing, right? And there are so many ways that process can go wrong, but like, you can pick the wrong study for your problem. You can pick the wrong problem to study. You can pick the wrong resources to study from. And you can just entirely forget what you learned post doing that process of studying. And that's why, for me, the most important thing is being present, being purposeful in what you do. Because if you are there every step of the way, and you're able to answer the question of why am I doing this? Why is this in particular going to answer my question? That you're feeling like you have control over the things that you're learning, how you're learning them, that what you're doing is working towards a greater goal of something, right? And most importantly, that you feel like this is actually genuinely going to help you. If you have all those things in place, I think ultimately you're going to be able to make the best decision for yourself, however, whatever you need to answer or whatever you need to work on. Because ultimately there isn't one good way to do this. There isn't one good way to study or one good way to answer a question. Everyone has a different way of approaching the same question, the same problem, the same struggle. And in doing this thing, right, in doing this and approaching studies in this way, you teach yourself the tools in which to properly evaluate what's actually important. What do you actually need to learn? How do you as a person learn? And once you know that, then you don't need someone else's process to study. You don't need someone else's exercise or someone else's tips to learn, because you will have all the tools in your tool belt that you need in order to decide that for yourself. That's the end goal, right? It's to know that the next time you need to learn something, you don't need to question how other people have done it. You have faith in knowing who you are and how you learn, so that when a problem arises, you're not totally left in the dark. What kind of information are you going off of when you do commissions like these? So for this one, it was just like a set of images where they're like, this is the pose, this is the character, this is like their face or whatever, like a personality or whatever. Sometimes I get toy house links, which are pages specifically for original characters, OCs. Sometimes I just get an image, no context, nothing. Sometimes I just get written descriptions. Could be like their hair is brown with white tips, and then they're like about 5'3", and like, whatever. However people want to send me their references, they can. Some people don't ask for a costume, some people don't ask for a pose, some people do. Ultimately depends on how much they have prepared. Generally, I enjoy inventing some part of it, whether or not it's the pose or the costume. And a lot of people tend to leave that up to me, but sometimes they ask for something specific. And that is all right. But yeah, I'm generally working off of either like 1 or 2 photos or paragraphs or a toy house link. Generally is how that happens. Do you consider yourself an entertainer or just an entertaining person? A friend and I wanted to stream our birth worrying about dead air. I think knowing which one we are could help with our mindset in streaming. I don't consider myself an entertaining person. And I think it ultimately will depend on what kind of an environment you want at your streams, right? Because there was a time when I wanted to be like one of those popular streamers where like there was a ton of people in the chat and they're all talking and stuff, and it's really interactive and I have like a community and whatnot. And then like I grew up and I realized I don't like being in those spaces. I don't like large communities. It actively makes me extremely anxious. I don't like super active chats because it's hard for me to keep up. I feel really guilty that I don't catch everyone. And so when I started streaming again, I made it very clear that I have certain boundaries where streaming is not my main thing. I do it for fun, right? If people want to support me when I stream, that's great, that's excellent. I want to give something back to them if they do. But I stream on my own time. If people come to my streams, that's great. I want to give them something back, so I answer their questions if they ask me any. But if the chat's dead or no one's really talking, that's fine. Like, I'm gonna be doing my own thing. I'm not a super talkative person. I don't like being in a situation where I have to be super talkative unless I personally want to be, in which case, answering questions, talking to friends, all that kind of stuff. I'm okay with that. But I'm not going to go out of my way to be a funny person or an entertaining person or an entertainer. I am performing, right, in these instances because I am drawing on screen for people. This is a performance, but for the most part, I'm not really doing anything I wouldn't normally do myself, which is, like, you know, talk about art and talk about my life with people that I am comfortable with to a certain extent. Obviously, I have my own private stuff that I don't talk about, but I don't go out of my way to be something more than that. And as such, I'm not particularly an active streamer. I don't have an audience that is, like, super active or super involved, because I don't foster that myself, right? So if you want to get into streaming and you're worried about dead air, then that's a completely different form of streaming than what I do. Because other than people asking me questions, there's nothing but dead air. Because I don't really feel the need to talk. Because I don't really have anything to talk about. And I prefer that. I prefer having people who come to my streams who are okay with that, because it makes it easier for me to treat this as a comfortable space. But if you are thinking about dead air, it might be easier if you and your friend kind of help each other in that way then. In the event that you both have dead air on your streams, you can talk to each other. I'd say having outside social media that is relatively active is a good thing to have as a streamer, because you can pull people from other platforms in to watch your streams occasionally. Some people who follow me on other platforms still to this day only recently figure out that, like, oh, I stream, even though I post every week that I stream on my other platforms. So, you know, for streamers, consistency, interaction, that kind of availability is generally what people look for when they're trying to see if they want to invest in someone's streaming career. But I don't know. I'd say don't be afraid of it, because I don't really think as long as you're that kind of a person, as long as you're someone like me, I don't think it's really as scary to have dead air as you might feel like it is. It's not a bad thing, right? I still sometimes feel guilty if it does happen, but ultimately then I have to remind myself, like, why does it matter? Right? I don't necessarily want to push myself to fill the noise. People are just kind of watching me draw. So there's not really a point for me to be super concerned about it, because it's not really all that bad. I'd say embrace the silence. It's nice. You can actually focus on what you're drawing. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah. So you can rely on your friend. You can, you might have to fill that silence yourself. It's tough, but it does happen. I've heard some streamers say that you have to be prepared to just kind of talk, as opposed to, like, waiting for other people to talk to you. You have to be willing to talk to yourself, and maybe someone will jump in order to, like, add to the conversation. But even if there's no one there, you have to be willing to fill that empty space, so that, you know, lurkers and people that aren't really talking in chat, which make up the majority of audiences, I feel like, will maybe sometimes feel encouraged to talk, but also, you know, it's sometimes nice for people to listen to someone talk as opposed to actually talking themselves. So you might have to do that. I generally don't, because I think it's okay when there's silence. And
It is up to you, though. Ultimately, what kind of streamer you want to be. How would you describe your current art style? I don't know. I'm inclined to say that it is I don't know. It's just functional. It works, right? But I don't think there's anything particularly unique or interesting about it. It just is. It's functional. It works. I find it's really hard to figure out a good way or indicator to measure if I've been studying well or if proving just takes a while. A way that I typically use to figure out if what I've been studying is actually sticking with me is to draw from imagination, because I find that when you are out of ways to help yourself, your problem-solving brain has to go into overdrive to kind of help you. And then you can really see whether or not what you're doing is actually, or like what you can do is actually improved, or if it's just simply a continuation of old habits, right? So I tend to try and draw like whatever I want to draw, but I try to implement a way for like me to test out things I've recently tried to learn and see if I can do it without help. If I can't, then I know for sure that, okay, I didn't learn this lesson as well as I could have. I didn't completely grasp what it is that I was trying to learn, because it's not coming out as muscle memory yet. Or I didn't remember to remind myself of those things. So it's not ingrained in my head yet. And that's a sign of like, okay, then I have to go back and I have to really hammer in these lessons and I have to be present. And that could just be taking it one step at a time. One new discovery or one new understanding. Keep drawing and keep reinforcing it through what you draw, every single drawing that you have. So that the next time you have to learn something, you already have that other thing suited to you. Like, you don't have to think about it anymore. That's what I generally use, because I don't really do studies very often, because I rather just take the time, my free time that I do have, to just sort of draw whatever I want. And so this way, I can draw whatever I want and figure out if I've been studying properly. Because I think that's what's fun about art, is being able to draw whatever I want, and then also, mix learning and education in the same time, I guess. Do you think if draw a bunch from life and figure drawings, I'll get good at drawing figures from my head, but how do you suggest not losing creativity and coming up with things like feeling and composition while grinding fundamentals? And you'll know this if you watched my Class 101 thing, I don't like grind culture. I think grind culture kind of takes away what's cool and interesting about art, which is ultimately this freedom to choose what you want to do, and yet still be able to enforce or implement utility and provide substance, without really having to compromise on what you want to draw. I think grind culture is cool for people if it works for them, but it's never worked for me, because I personally just like drawing my own shit. So if you feel like you are losing the kind of sense for, or not being given time to develop that, it could be the sign that you aren't really treating this practice as a way for you to really experiment. Like, I find that, and it took a while, but I think there's a lot of really interesting creative choices you can make with figure drawing. even if it feels like something you have to do as like a fundamental thing, if you look at fine artists, if you look at people who do that kind of stuff for their job or whatnot, there's some actually really beautiful ways that you can make a figure drawing less of a lesson, less of an educational study, and far more of an actual legitimate piece. That's interesting, that's fun and exciting, whether or not that's putting your favorite characters into a costume figure drawing, or whether or not it's kind of taking the whole pose and trying to create a whole mood out of it. So it could be that you're not thinking about those things, you're treating it too much like a separate thing, like, hey, this is what I do to learn, and then I'm going to take everything I learned from here and then go and make the art that I want to make. But why can't that be the same thing? Why can't those two things exist in the same space? Generally, I'm always trying to figure out how to merge the two, because I don't enjoy doing stuff that's purely meant to be educational. I always want it to be fun and interesting, because that's what I enjoy about art. That's what I want to be doing. And time spent away from doing that is... It's not fun, it's kind of painful, it's dry, and it kind of takes away the fun of it, which I think is what's cool about drawing. I think it's, potentially the most fun you could possibly have. In my opinion, at least. I think it is one of the most enjoyable activities you could do. And to push yourself to an extent that it's just no longer fun or interesting or unique to you, and you're just kind of doing shit so that you can eventually make your favorite stuff. Like, do that now. Why can't that be current you? Why can't you be making work that you actually want to be making now? I met a lot of students when I went to school where they're like, I can't wait to finally be able to make my dream project or whatever. I can't wait to finally, I don't actually want to, learn all this stuff. I actually want to go and make my own comic or try my own thing. Whatever project they had. But if you ask them if they actually did that in their free time, like if they wanted to make their own webcomic, but if you asked them if they actually drew their own stuff in their own time, they'd say no, because they were too busy learning, and they said, at some point I'll get to it. But everything that you do, everything that you draw, could have multiple reasons for helping you. They can be useful in a lot of different ways. You just have to be willing to invent and be creative in that sense, so that you find, special reasons to have fun doing your assignments or when you grind, because it's kind of pointless if it's not interesting to you. I don't think it's worth learning how to draw if the act of learning how to draw actively destroys your love for drawing. I think that's pointless. Out of curiosity, but the way you draw, why do you choose not to connect all the lines? How does it affect your process when you want to add flats? It completely destroys my ability to flat color, and it takes a really long time, which is why I don't color any of these things. The reason why I don't connect my lines is more so just a laziness kind of a thing. I don't connect my lines because I'm lazy and I don't want to clean it up. And this is just how I draw. So, I should connect my lines. It would make it so much easier to color these things. But I don't, so I don't color them, which is my bad. There's a whole nother character here. Sorry. I have to catch up. What size is my canvas? This was 11 by 17, but I think the size has changed quite a bit. I need her to sit on this. Learning the fundamentals is pretty... I'd say it's fun. You kind of have to learn to like it, but it is fun. But it requires the person in question to find it interesting, right? You can't force someone to love fundamentals just because, you know, after doing it for so long, you kind of realize there's something really majestic and interesting and beautiful about it. And I remember like the moment that I realized how interesting it was and kind of how beautiful masters in their fundamentals and masters of fine art, like all of their work became beautiful to me at a certain point, when I had to do a bunch of fundamental classes for one of my colleges. And that definitely wasn't how I felt the year before, but it required exposure. It required like really sitting down and evaluating, okay, like I have a bunch of these classes that I'm not looking forward to, but I really want to get something out of them. There has to be something I can get out of all of these classes. So I had still lifes, I had figure drawing, I had a bunch of like foundational color theory classes, and I had like basics or of fundamentals of drawing or whatever. And I needed to find ways to make them interesting, because if I was just for a semester just making art just to get through a class, I don't know if I would have made it. I'm someone who has to subsist on my enjoyment for drawing. Like, to lose that is to lose my sense of self. And so, I needed to find ways to make it worth it, make it interesting. Maybe. I don't know if I have like the stamina to make a webcomic. It's just kind of not in my wheelhouse, but maybe if my life settles down, I'll learn. everyone should. Well, I mean, okay, if you want to start streaming, you should. I think streaming can be really fun, and it's pretty nice talking to people when you're drawing. But if you don't want to stream, if you don't feel comfortable in front of people, then you shouldn't. I don't think it really matters how good you are. Because I started streaming back in high school. Or no, I started streaming way earlier than that. But I started streaming on Twitch back in high school. And obviously I wasn't as good as how I am now, but I did it anyway. I'd say once you aren't really struggling with, like, the body itself, like, when you're not questioning... But it feels stupid, but, like, when you learn where the arms attach, when you feel like you can draw the body without having to question it, it's far more about, like, the quality of, like, the muscles and learning the muscle structure. Like, I think once you know a basic understanding of muscles and bones and the structure of a human body, you could start learning how to put clothes on it, right? Because there's still a lot you can learn about drawing the human body, even if it does have clothes on it. Generally, though, like, once you have a good understanding of, just, like, the structure of the body itself, like, I feel like you could go into starting to draw clothes. I mean, I started streaming back when livestream.com was, like, the place everyone streamed. Before, like, Twitch became... It was, like, way before Justin TV was really, like, a thing, I think. I started streaming really early. Yeah. Yeah. I have considered making an art book zine type of thing, but just haven't really had the time to like. Also, I just don't have a ton of stuff I feel like would actually belong in a or worth like printing in a zine. But I don't know. I'm working through it. Honestly, if something I've been kind of grappling with lately is just like I don't really feel like I'm. Okay, this is gonna sound really weird to everyone else, and I know a lot of this is imposter syndrome and like random anxieties talking, so it's not like I'm trying to like be proven wrong. I know it's wrong. Like I know what I'm thinking is wrong, but I also there's like such a deep feeling that I can't shake because I know it's just like so deep set into my own insecurities. But like I don't feel like much of an artist. Like I don't feel like I actually draw that much and finish that much stuff that it's like worth calling a like portfolio or like pieces. I don't know. I feel very like I haven't really taken the time to figure out who I am as an artist, and it's felt very strange lately because I feel like maybe I should invest more time into doing personal work and really figuring that out. I feel like I just don't have a ton of personal stuff that I feel comfortable showing people. And a lot of that is mainly because I've been working for the past like 6-7 years that I never really had like empty time where I wasn't working to do a lot of that kind of stuff. So maybe that's why it just, I don't know. Lately I felt like if someone were to ask me like, hey, can you send me a bunch of your stuff? I don't know what to send them. I feel like I don't have anything. And it's a strange feeling because I know I do. In terms of like, I feel like I make art. I do, I make art. But nothing that I feel like I'd be comfortable sending to someone if they were to ask like, hey, send us your work. You know, so. It's been feeling pretty strange. I used to do join me's. Yeah. I don't think I've ever actually been in Imagine FX. Well, yes. Like, that's kind of the weird part. Is like, I know I do have stuff, right? I make work, but I guess nothing that I'd really be proud of saying that it's mine. I don't know. It's a weird feeling. It is silly, but it's happened a couple times where like someone will ask me like, hey, can you send us you know, some examples of your work, and I feel like I just don't, like, that's not stuff that I do very often. I don't really finish things in the way that I would be happy to send in. I tend to just draw stuff. I just draw a lot. Stuff like this where it's like just line work and it's not very finished, but this is about the extent that I do because I generally want to start on a new drawing once I'm done with one, and I don't feel like I don't push myself enough to actually like finish pieces. And it's kind of embarrassing almost. Like, I feel like I should have done more by now. But I also know that, like, it's definitely imposter syndrome talking, and it's whatever, and I shouldn't feel like this, but just because that's what I know doesn't necessarily mean that's how I feel. And so, you know, it doesn't stop, like, me waking up in the middle of the night feeling a weird sense of, like, guilt and frustration and rage, and then also just, like, existentialism of this, like, I don't know, just some kind of, like, thorn in my side of feeling, like I should be more. And the fact that I'm not more is my fault, you know? But I also recognize that I've felt this way since I was like, I don't know, for as long as I can remember, I think I've always felt like I should have always been more. And not so much as, like, fame. Like, I don't really give a shit. But, like, I should have made more stuff. I should have gotten so much better. I should have spent my time better. I should have, you know, done all these things, and, like, I'm sitting here now not knowing if I can really necessarily be proud of a lot of the work that I've done. I like them, and I think there's some of them I can even be proud of, but I don't know. There's, like, a sense of wistfulness. Okay, well, so here's the thing, right? It's like people say, like, oh, you're young, but at some point I'm not going to be. I won't be anymore. Like, I can't always, I guess, give myself the extension of, like, well, I have so much more time. It's okay. It's okay if I haven't done anything now. But, like, I'm not going to be at some point. So I should just, instead of thinking like that, maybe I should just put the onus on myself now. Be more now. Try more now. I don't know. But, like, that's also very true, right? Like, people, well, I remember being 16 and being like, I should be so much better than this. It's like, dude, you're literally a minor. Like, you're literally 16 in high school. How much more can you possibly be? But, like, you know, you grow up, and especially when you're on the internet and you see all these people that are doing some crazy shit, like, in a different country, and you're like, damn, I wish I could have been that. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just, like, this weird sieve of, like, a bunch of these, like, different things just, like, colliding into the same pot of weird insecurities of, like, maybe it is because I grew up in a community that is far too connected. I grew up on the internet at a time where I wasn't mentally mature enough to, like, set up boundaries for myself. Maybe it is that insecurity of, like, well, maybe I'm young, but I'm not going to be. It's, I don't know. So, it's something I've been thinking about. And it's, like, it's weird because I know this feeling. I'm intimately aware of it. I've felt this my whole life, and I know I'll feel it again. I'm not... It's like... darkness, my old friend, but also I've seen you like literally every day. So I don't know. It's a weird feeling. But, you know, ultimately after the end of every, like, moment where it feels like that, I come back to the same conclusion of, like, it doesn't matter. It really ultimately doesn't matter feeling bad about it or finding a new, you know, trying to find that kind of, like, stride of, it's okay, you have time, you have the rest of your life to do shit. It's like, neither direction that I go really matters. I ultimately get back to the same place of, like, I can't change anything. I can't change what I'm gonna do necessarily in the future because that's far off, and the me that's gonna be in that future is gonna be making those decisions. The me currently can't change anything in the past. I'm stuck with what I can do currently, so I can only really focus on what I have control of right now. And that's it. It's like a neutral conclusion of neither. It's not aspirational. It's not existential. It merely is. I just merely am. I am whoever I am, and I gotta deal with that. Do I feel like art comes with a price? Yeah. I'd say it does. I'd say getting yourself invested into anything comes with a price. At this point, I don't think I could see the world in a way that's not steeped in this. I don't think I could find, like, another... I don't know, I don't think I really would be happy doing anything else. And granted, you know, I say that with the full understanding that I can't predict my life, and I might, you know, in a couple years come out of it not doing art at all. But All my eggs are in this basket right now. And I'm happy with that. I'm okay with that. And I think by doing so I have changed how I live. I've changed like the way that I think and the way that I approach things is very different now that I've chosen to really focus on art and all of the things that come with it. Do you want to make more pieces that are your own? I would. I would like to. It's hard because I don't really know what those would be. Because I don't think I've really ever tried. I mean, I tried, but like, I don't think I know what that means for me. But I'd like to learn. One day, when I can not be so worried about work, maybe. Do I make comics? I do not. Have I read Art and Fear? I have not. I honestly haven't read a ton of, like, other media on art. I don't know. It's like the one thing that I feel like is so fiercely mine in my life that, and this is a character flaw, right? I struggle to accept a lot of, or like, I struggle to live with, like, other kinds of art media. I don't watch art podcasts. I don't listen to them. I don't really read too deeply into like other people's perception of it or other people's writings on it, because I feel like fundamentally we all have the same thing, and fundamentally it all ends in the same place, which is ultimately a character flaw because I think it's always good to have other people's perspectives on stuff, and I've started to leave that a little bit as I've gotten older. But when I was younger, like, art was something that I did. That was mine. It was the one thing that I could really do that was mine. And so sharing it with other people was always really scary for me. Not necessarily like sharing my work with other people, it's sharing art with other people, which is stupid, again, and a character flaw. So I haven't really delved too deep into other people's, I guess, like, writings on it. Because I guess I don't really feel like I need or I want to know other people's perspective on art. Because ultimately, my only interest is how I understand it. And if I don't, that just means there's an onus on me to mature and figure it out. In the times that I have read other people's thoughts on it, like, you know, reading their letters or learning their kind of like stance on it, I guess, through biographies and things that they've written or things that they've said in interviews and stuff, I've discovered how much of it is just like the same. It's all the same. There's nothing different. There's nothing new. And I think it kind of just frustrated me because I'm like, ultimately, humans are not different. History will tell us that humans fundamentally are very similar to each other. We find our ways back to the same problems and we find our ways back to the same solutions, just flavored differently. I think when I was younger, when I realized that, I kind of closed off my ability to empathize in a way. Because again, it was such a solitary thing for me. Like, I didn't really share art with other people, and I still don't. So maybe one day, when I am more emotionally prepared, I will give it a try. I don't color any of these. You mentioned Guilty Gear and Final Fantasy earlier. Are you a fan of either of the series or any other video games? I'm not generally a fan of them in terms of like I've played them, but I do like them a lot, visually. And that generally tends to be like my experience with games. I really struggle to play games. It's very easy for me to put a game down and just like not touch it again. So a lot of the games that I am like aware of that I'll mention, oftentimes it's because my partner Gary will mention them to me and he really likes them, and then I'll get into them. But I like them enough. Like, I think they're interesting. Games that I do play, like, I've played Final Fantasy XIV, Persona 5, Judgment, Yakuza. But, like, again, I don't feel... Oh, Breath of the Wild, which I think is the one game that I actually, like, am kind of excited for the new release of, which I don't want to know anything about it. Because it's the one game I feel like I really just... It was the first game that I think I really, like, just enjoyed, and it was, like, my time. I enjoyed it in my time. Same with Journey. Same with Nier Automata. You know, very few games where I feel like I actually really enjoyed them and would consider it a game that I liked versus, like, a game that I tried or a game that I was told to play. So I'd say Breath of the Wild, Nier Automata, Journey, Persona 5 are games that I would really consider, like, games that I enjoyed and I played. But in terms of stuff that I like Guilty Gear, Devil May Cry, a lot of the fighting games, like Street Fighter has some really good art. But again, like, a lot of these games I haven't played personally. It's just like have exposure to them, extended exposure to them, but I don't play. I think there's some really good ideas in Devil May Cry. I like that it's kind of in this sort of bombastic style. Like, I mean, stylistically realistic, sort of. But concept-wise, wild, which is always pretty cool. I think it's exciting to see projects that really try to push for the cool factor, because not a ton of projects in the West really do that. And it's always fun to see that because it changes the kind of creative perception, the creative generation a little bit. Every time a new project comes out that is challenging, is interesting to look at, is kind of weird, I think it flavors the generation of creatives every time a project comes out and it's as successful as Devil May Cry was. You know, I think the fact that Devil May Cry exists, Bayonetta exists, Final Fantasy exists, that games like Jet Set Radio, Bomber Cyberpunk, like stuff that Team Reptile's doing, that Journey exists, that Horizon Zero Dawn exists, that Breath of the Wild and Zelda games exist, like all those things are new, interesting, they add so much flavor. It's why games are fun, because there's so much potential. But I guess I just don't. I don't know. For me to personally play them, I guess it's kind of a different story. Bait? I don't know what do you mean by bait? Oh. I mean, sometimes I don't. Depending on if I'm working or not. But, I do try to stream on Fridays. I tend to change what brushes I use every day. So in the beginning of the stream, sometimes you'll see me pick a couple different brushes to see which one I want to use. Because it does change with my mood. Okay. We're finally done with this one. That took like my entire stream to do. Okay, I'll do one more. Damn, yeah, that took so long. I'll do one more. me see what this next one is. Yeah, I hope you feel better. I feel like I haven't gotten sick lately because I've just been staying inside. But I am not looking forward to the first time I get sick post-COVID era. I have not gotten COVID, no. I mean, haven't some people gotten COVID again after catching it once? If I don't cough, I won't be worried that it's COVID, but I also just don't like being sick. So, like, I no longer have reasons to be sick, right? Like, or catching a cold, I guess. Like, because when I went to school, sometimes you'd hope that your parents might take pity on you. My mom rarely ever did, but when she would, it would have been great to stay home from school. But now it's like, when I get sick, like, I can't go to work. I can't do work. I'm just stuck in my bed. Like, I've forgotten how much this sucks. And, I also have people around me that are immunocompromised. So getting sick is a danger, and I try actively not to get sick. Ugh. My room is really dusty. My cat's not in my room. Thank you. Yeah, but you know, you always have to ask yourself, like, is this an objective, like, feeling, or is this an insecurity, right? Sometimes it's objective. Like, yeah, I feel like I haven't really developed this skill in a while, and I feel like it's worse than before, and oftentimes it's just a that's probably insecurity. I think generally having lights on is good. It helps your eyes not strain as much. But I shouldn't be one to talk. I just have my purple light on. I think generally people are a lot more anxious about their work than not. Like, even if you don't
have like a pre-existing mental illness, it's quite common for people to experience some level of anxiety or insecurity with their stuff, right? I often say that art is an incredibly honest form of expression. You can't pretend to be a better artist than you really are. And that honesty is sometimes hard pill to swallow, especially when you have access to like all of these other artists online where you can compare yourself and easily see the level disparity and whatnot. Any advice on learning to draw the folds on clothing? From what I remember, a lot of your character designs have exotic clothing from different cultures. Do you focus on references or hone in on muscle memory to create the feeling? References are always good, especially if you're drawing from a different culture. When it comes to learning to draw clothing folds and stuff, a lot of that is purely observation. Like, more than anything else, or more than a lot of other things, I think drawing clothing requires technical knowledge, and it requires you to understand how physics and gravity affect cloth. You have to learn the signs of when the fabric is, the type of thread count, the type of fabric, the make and stiffness and thickness of a piece of fabric will change all of the elements of like how you would draw the cloth and how that would fold and how that would make up the clothing. And that requires legitimate observation and not just like, I don't know. I think if you really want to get good at it, you can't invent as much in the beginning because there's a lot of technical things you have to learn about it. This includes like types of folds, learning how tension affects fabric, how the way that clothes are cut will change the shape of them, the structure of them. It's good to learn how clothes can be structured, learning how the type of seams, the way patterns are cut, different ways to create structure within a piece, such as boning with either whalebone or steel, how to create silhouettes from a piece of clothing. Like, all those things are good to learn, but you have to learn them through observation. You have to learn them through, like, actually learning the information. That stuff you can't really do like other things. And I think more than anything, that requires, like,
sitting down and really grappling with what you're trying to draw. When it comes to designing, you take that like base knowledge of this is what these are the type of fabrics that make up this clothing in the real world. How do I bend that to fit a concept, right? How do I bend that to fit an idea or a mood or whatnot, or a style or a very particular set of armor that requires adaptation, a knowledge of what it is that you're adapting, and an understanding of kind of the functionality of fabric and the functionality of clothes. Generally, if I do some type of design or some form of it, I will have probably done the research for that either specific culture or have seen it at some point in the past, have drawn it before, and that's how I can implement it into my stuff nowadays. Typically, those are like, I guess people would consider that like my visual library, right? I have a visual library of certain things that I've drawn in the past, of certain costumes and historical references that I've studied in the past. And those are now part of my visual library. And so whenever I kind of design a culturally vague or culturally distinct costume, I draw on the cultures that I've done research on. And I can't do that for cultures that I haven't done extensive research on. And so a lot of my clothes have a far more Central Asian, Middle Eastern sense versus like Northern European or Native American, right? I haven't done a ton of research into those regions or those cultures in specific, so my ability to draw references from those cultures significantly reduced. Have I watched Avatar: The Last Airbender? I have. What would you consider your favorite piece you've done, and have you posted it before? I'd say my Warbound one I really like. Let's see if I can find it. I do really like this one. I think this one's fun. I would like to do it differently now, but I'd say of the ones that I've posted in recent times, this one was very much more of a personal thing. Like, this was a couple hours by myself alone, and I really kind of just did what I wanted to, and I really liked it. I don't know if it's like 100% my favorite piece of all time. It's just, I remember every time I think about it, I'm like, yeah, I remember how nice that felt to make it. So, what's my opinion on Procreate? I struggle to use Procreate. I'm sure it's a nice program. The only thing I really use it for, though, is like sketching with a pencil and then using watercolor brushes. But I don't like using it for anything else. Yeah, I really like it. Coconut. Welcome, welcome. I did not play the original Hollow Knight, so I am not particularly excited for it. But it looks pretty cool. And I'm excited for the people who are excited for it. Sean, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. I hope your stream went well. Yeah, it's been pretty quiet. Which is been very nice after a hectic week. That's good. Yeah, I'm much more of a low energy person, I think. So, it's always nice for me when the streams match my like energy level. And I think it's nice to have like sort of a wind down for the end of the week for some people or the start of the weekend for others. So always happy to see people come back. Did you ever feel like you had a moment of clarity in your work where everything just started to make sense when you were learning? Probably. I don't remember when that would have been. I feel like I don't really remember moments of clarity very much, but probably. That definitely does happen. What's your opinion on pressure curves and other settings? Do you feel like they should be unique to every artist, or would you say that some configurations work better than others? I mean, yeah, it ultimately depends on the artist, right? I've never really futzed with any of that kind of stuff, so I guess I just work with the default, but I will change how soft or hard the pen pressure is on my tablet, so that I'll usually lower it so that I don't press too hard on it and wear the nib down. And then I'll turn it up if I ever need to do like super precise line work. But are there plastic covers for tablets to make them last longer, like with phones? That I don't know. I don't think there really are screen protectors. Bye, Chadmander. Thank you for coming. Hey, Marcella. You're probably hearing the cars outside my window. As you can hear me breathing, in which case... Oops. Is that a highway? No, I live right by a main road, though. And it's like the primary road in or out of the city. So you hear cars pretty much all day. Yeah, it's like a mixture of the fact that there are not a ton of cars on the road right now. So a lot of them feel the need that they can go super fast, and also we have some drag racers like down here. So there's a lot of fast cars late at night because they feel like they can, which is not true because this road has a lot of curves in it. And a lot of them hit the poles, hit the telephone poles next to the road. So it's not very fun, but people feel like they can, and it's dangerous.
head too big? Maybe a little bit. This is probably done. Yeah, I don't see anything else. Okay. I think this will probably be the last one for me. Does anyone have any last minute questions before I end it here? Just in case anyone didn't get to ask before. Have I ever met someone who's into courtroom sketches or wanted to have a career in that field? Personally, I haven't. I think it's a really interesting field. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. I did at one point have a guest speaker at my school who was like a court illustrator. And it was definitely new and interesting. I've never met anyone with that background before. But yeah, I mean, that was just like his job, which is pretty crazy. But personally, no, I don't know anyone of that profession. Can you suggest exercises for learning how to draw hands? I mean, the only exercise I can really think of is drawing hands from observation and drawing them in a lot of different poses, right? A lot of different angles, poses. Learning the basic structure of a hand, right? So knowing that, like, the palm is this kind of like trapezoid shape. Learning that the fingers come out almost like a mitt on top of it, and so like they're separated into 3 sections, primarily bending at this joint as opposed to the joint nearest to the tip of the finger. Right, so you have all of these fingers on here. The thumb has a little wedge before it comes out. It only has 2 joints. That when you look at the knuckles, they peak at the middle finger. So, if you were to look at just like the knuckles from kind of like a fist perspective, they peak here, slope downward for the rest of the fingers. The fingers also have an angle to them. And after that, really, it's just like, once you know the foundations of how the hand works, the only thing you can really do is just to draw a ton of hands with different poses, different perspectives. Use your own hand, use hand models. Draw hands that you see just like out in the open when people are grabbing things, holding things, when they're posed, and also when they're just kind of like put down and like relaxed and all that kind of stuff. It's one of those things, again, where you kind of just need to do a lot of observational work for it, because there's not really a ton of exercises beyond just looking at the object itself. It's not something that you can
practice without actually seeing and understanding, and then once you have all of those basic knowledge, that fundamental knowledge of how to draw hands, then you can move forward from that. Good advice for drawing eyes correctly, like positioning them on the face and all. So might be easier if I just did this all in a new piece. Let me just drag this all over. Eyes are positioning eyes. I think some people say they're in the middle of the face. I say it depends on what age the character is, right? But more forehead you give a character, the younger they are. Less forehead you give them, the older they look. But generally, you want to be able to divide up the eyes a little bit into, like, fourths, or like the face width-wise into fourths. I think about that is sort of like where the eye positioning is. And then within that, you want to have about an eye's width in between. That's wrong. What about an eye's width in between each eye? To make sure there's enough width for the nose. Put this away. And then generally from the I think it's like an eye and a half down, you'll have like the base of the nose, or like 2 eyes down, you'll have the base of the nose. Another eye width down is like maybe like the bottom lip. Generally, not always the case, but sometimes, the tear duct will line up with the nostril, and the middle of the eye will line up with the lengths of the mouth. Not always, just sometimes. So you kind of use context clues to figure that out. Generally, once you've developed a good sense for like what kind of faces you like drawing, a lot of people will consider this the face that you draw when you have same face syndrome, right? Once you get a sense for how the proportions are for that, you'll be able to replicate that across multiple different perspectives, multiple different angles. But the core is trying to figure out the basics for what those proportions look like, and then you can build up from there. Yeah, I don't know if you don't want to learn how to like draw eyes, but that's kind of how you place them, I guess. Exercises for learning anatomy. Again, exercises, I think the only thing you can really do is like figure drawing, studying from observation, so like both figure drawing based off of a model, and then also going out into the real world and drawing people and really feeling how people pose and how they react and stuff like that. I feel like that's kind of the only real way to learn anatomy, beyond then taking all of that information and going, okay, like, what are the bones in the body? What are the muscles in the body? I think knowing those things is really helpful when you're learning anatomy, because then you can look at a model and say, like, okay, so this is how their deltoid is shaped, and then how that goes into bicep, tricep, all those kinds of things. Being able to say that, point those things out, makes it super easy for you to then know when things look wrong, right? Like you can then say, I feel like I didn't account for the serratus and the trapezius, or not the trapezius, the latissimus dorsi muscles in this like side region, and maybe I want this guy to look super muscular, or maybe he does have muscle and I'm not accounting for that. You can look at a thigh and say like, okay, so if I don't want there to be a ton of muscle, but I still want there to be a lot of form, I know where, like, the meat of each muscle is, which is, like, you know, all muscles start tendinous, they balloon out into what is considered the head of the muscle, which is, like, their widest point, and then it comes back down into tendon, right? They're always connecting somewhere onto bone. That's, like, sort of the point, right? And it's that stretching of bone, it's that, or rather the movement of bones and where that origin and endpoint are for that muscle that lets it do its job, whether or not it's an extensor, a flexor, all that kind of stuff. So, you know, when you are looking at muscles within anatomy, right, and exercises for that, then you can start taking your knowledge of muscles and bringing that into how you figure draw and reinforcing what you're drawing when you're studying a figure. Because even when you're not drawing a super muscular person, you can still say, I know where the high points of the leg is. I know where the high points are because I know where certain muscles are at their widest, and I know where they overlap on each other, because that's the key point. Muscles don't just lay on top of things. They are what creates mass in a human body. All they are lying on top of is the skeleton. So they have to interweave with each other, lace into each other, and overlap on each other to build mass. And being able to understand how all of these different pieces weave into each other, like thread and cord, as opposed to just like lying on top of a meat suit, you know? Like some people draw it sort of like a bodysuit. It's not. It's like more like braided cord is more what muscles are like. And knowing that, on top of being able to draw from observation, those are the main two things that I think really help you with anatomy. Not sure if there are a ton of other things that genuinely are supposed to or will help you. Because obviously you can draw poses and you can draw from imagination, you can do all this other stuff, but until you actually do the legwork for learning anatomy from a fundamental perspective, it's tough to get there brute forcing it in a way where you actually have a comprehensive knowledge, right? So which one do you think is better, figure drawing design and invention by Michael Hampton or anatomy for sculptors? I don't know either book, as in I don't own either of them. But I think both are probably good. Like, I don't know, I've heard both are really good for people. I guess it depends on maybe what your preference is. Like, what are you looking for in an anatomy book? Just look at reviews for those books, because they'll show you the pages inside and whether or not, like, they actually have what you want. Because some books are very much more diagrams of the bones and bones and muscles and anatomy, right? I think anatomy for sculptors is actually like that. It's much more of a breakdown of the muscles, versus maybe figure drawing design and invention by Michael Hampton is much more about the draftsmanship of drawing a figure, which might be what you're looking for, or maybe anatomy for sculptors is more what you're looking for. I don't know. Look up reviews for all these books and figure out which one you actually think will be useful to you. Do you warm up with repeating shapes, techniques before starting drawing? No, I tend to just kind of draw stuff. At this point, I like just drawing and getting into drawing, because it's more fun for me. I think drawing shapes is probably very helpful. It's definitely a lot more helpful for people that have much better draftsmanship technique. Like, if you were to ask me to draw a straight line, you know, a trained classic draftsman will be able to do it for you, as well as like a clean circle and all that kind of stuff. I can't do that. I'm not very good at that, but I enjoy just drawing characters, and so I tend to just do that for warm-up instead. Thoughts on grapes? I love grapes, especially big ones. Big fat grapes. Very good. How do you get used characters. How do you get used to characters in any pose? I'm gonna assume you mean how do you draw characters in any pose. Poses are tough, right? Because it requires a level of where's my pen? It requires a level of comfort with drawing characters in order to draw poses, and I think it probably is pretty daunting to think about, like, how am I going to pose this character when I don't even fully understand human anatomy or can't really even draw it that well. And I think when you start trying to do poses, it's important to understand that it does require a baseline knowledge of anatomy to the point where you understand how these limbs work, right? You know the limit for how far an arm can go. You understand the basics of how a body collapses in on itself. I feel like that doesn't necessarily require nearly as much concrete knowledge as people think, but being able to invent poses is a little bit harder. I'd say in order to get to the point where you can invent poses, you want to be able to problem solve for anatomy. You want to be able to look at a pose and understand how it's made, how it's, like, constructed. When an arm is raised, what happens to the body? When someone has their back arched, what does it look like in the front and the back? What does the torso look like? How does it change? All these things coming from some level of some level of experience with figure drawing. Once you understand the basics of it, though, like once you understand how to assemble all these pieces like Lego blocks, once you understand gesture, once you understand how to quickly lay in what a pose is going to do, and you understand how all these pieces work together, then it just becomes a matter of making your visual library larger, having much more experience looking at poses of different types. How do poses help you tell a story? How do poses convey a certain emotion? How do they help you say more about a character, depending on what choices you make with it? How does it become a creative choice as opposed to just a figure on paper? Once you have that, once you understand the pieces of the equation, it's not really all of that complicated, I think, to then start inventing. If it looks natural, or if it has movement, or if it looks not stiff, that's a different problem, right? Trying to make a pose look natural and not stiff is tough, and that's a completely different thing. But actually getting to the point where you can invent poses, I think it just requires the basic understanding of how bodies are structured, and because we are humans, I think that's a lot easier than some people might think. Hypermobile or realistic joints? In what way? How would you approach figure drawing as a digital artist? I mean, it's the same stuff. You just draw it in your program, I guess. I know there's quite a few digital resources for drawing online, whether or not that's like Zoom classes where the model like records themselves or like films themselves, whether that's probably shouldn't do that. Whether that's using photographs or videos. There's a lot of resources for people. So I don't really think it's all that different. Anyways, I got sucked in. How do I keep proportions in mind? Comes from reinforcing the proportions that you want to have. Like, I have a general 8-foot tall figure that I tend to draw because I got used to measuring out head to crotch, crotch to heel, as 4 heads both ways. But I have people that I've met who draw 9 heads tall always, or 7 heads or 6 heads. And it's just kind of reinforcing the proportions that you want. How to keep proportions in mind? There's various ways, right? Like, where is it? It's over here. So, let's see. So, like, with proportions, there's things that you can keep in mind. This doesn't work for everyone, but I tend to do this, or this tends to be how I divide stuff up. So let's see, how close am I? I think it's slightly shorter. No? Okay. So it's exactly So this is this is me having muscle memory, right? Like I have gotten so used to the same proportion top and bottom that I can pretty much eyeball it, right? The equal distance between the two. Certain things that I'll do to keep in mind for proportions. Elbow to kind of like the thinnest part of the, quote unquote thinnest part of the waist, which is like right under the rib cage, basically. Elbows tend to line up there. Fingers tend to go down about a third to a half of the thigh. I tend to go a third to a half, no lower than that. Just because, well, that's about like almost 2/3, which is a little long for me. Which I might move that up a little bit. I'm gonna go up a tiny bit. So thigh about half to 2/3. Generally, the length it takes to go from elbow to hand should be the same as like about like shoulder. I tend to slope my shoulders down, which is why this isn't working as well. But it should be about maybe a little bit more than shoulder to or not shoulder. Yeah, shoulder to the elbow, I guess. I tend to slope my shoulders a lot, which is why you get this kind of extended height. But because I like my trapezius. A lot of people tend to have the 8 heads be from top of the head to the ankles, just for fun. But yeah, so there are like clues for proportions, right? Some people base it off of heads, like top of the head to bottom, and then it's that to like the nipple, then that to sort of belly button to the crotch to think of not necessarily knee height, but almost to the knee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-ish. Right. This is kind of like, so this is 8 heads. Give or take. And I try to keep this sort of proportion consistently. Because, I don't know, I've gotten used to it. It's muscle memory for me. But that's because I've reinforced it. So anytime I draw the figure, I always check. I used to check, at least. And nowadays, after having drawn with these proportions for so long, I don't necessarily need to check them anymore. But it's good to find hallmarks for that. So again, like elbows to kind of like the bottom of the rib cage. Having the same height between shoulder to elbow and then elbow to tip of the finger. I think the same thing is for the thigh, includes the from the hip, the widest point of the hip down to the knees is the same as knees to heel, right? That's what some people do as well. So I try to reinforce those for yourself as often as you can, and at some point it will be muscle memory, but you do have to remind yourself if you're not super comfortable with proportions yet. But yeah. So, hope that helped. Hope all of this helped. And if no one else has any questions for me, oh, do you feel like there's a special way to draw for streams? Do you change your process while streaming? For me, the way you draw is constantly evolving, editing as you go. I draw slightly differently when I stream, for sure. I'm a little, I don't know, I feel like I'm faster out of streams than I am during streams, probably because I'm talking a lot. But there is kind of a difference when I do the commissions and when I'm just drawing on my own. Not necessarily in a terribly different way. I don't think it's anything more than just, I'm aware that people are watching me, so I try to be a lot more careful about how I draw stuff. I'm a lot less afraid to make mistakes when I'm drawing for myself. But yeah, thank you guys for all your questions. Thank you guys for sticking around and hanging out with me. A little bit longer of a stream today, but it was really nice getting to talk with all of you. And I really appreciated all of your questions and all of your kind words. Am I going to be streaming next Friday? I think I will be, but I'll let you all know if I'm not. I think it should be fine. But yes, if all goes well, I'll be streaming next Friday again, where you can come by and ask me questions once more, just hang out. Always happy to see you guys again. But yeah, thank you for coming by. Thank you for hanging out with me, and I will see you all next week.